You just heard Temple of the Lost Race from Septic Flesh from the album of the same name from 1991's mini CD or EP or whatever it might be called. This is the Record Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason, and we are at Hellenic Metal Part 2. This is the Greek Doom Death episode. Here we, of course, did Rotting Christ before, pre-quarantine. That was our last like face-to-face episode that Mark and I got a chance to do, and so we got together last week, right? Last week and did a Patreon episode. So for people that are not yet Patreons, that are, really in desperate need for like extra time killers and things like that. If you're kind of stuck at home, working and doing all the kind of crazy survival mental tactics, it's a great time to sign up and become patrons. And I've offered some of those episodes up for free, just for some people.
Give them a taste before they want more.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think we put a lot of heart and soul into these episodes, the ones that we release for free for everyone, and the Patreon ones we put maybe not as much time into because they're a little bit more loose and conversational. But I still think I got a lot of really good feedback about that last episode. So good. I felt that was one of our, if not our best Patreon episodes, and it was close to 3 hours long. So I mean, we're not we're getting into some stuff, even if we're not maybe playing as much music. It's like a little bit more kind of talking and stuff like that. And so
that's a good, that's just been doing like odd tasks around the house. Like podcasting comes in that, and just music in general has come in, because I can't just sit around in silence all the time.
Yeah, no, it's tough. When I'm, not watching a lot of movies or things like that, I'm usually like cooking or cleaning, and I've actually been listening to a lot of the Projection Booth episodes, which is a podcast kind of from the Detroit area on films and stuff. And I'll just grab like ones on films that I've either recently watched, just to kind of hear how they digest it. So I'm listening to Big Trouble in Little China right now. So, but yeah, so I just cherry pick some episodes from that, kind of fun. But podcasting's definitely kind of helped me survive a lot of this kind of stuff. And so if we sound a little odd, speaker wise, Mark's voice in one and mine in one, it's just because we're on Skype, and that's kind of just the way things are going to be for the time being. Well,
if this lasts, I don't know how long it's going to last, but we're gonna hopefully we'll try to tweak stuff here and there. So like we'll have this episode, then we'll probably do another Patreon episode, and then tweak our setup a little bit, see if we can get the best sounding thing as possible.
Absolutely.
So it might be some growing pains, but yeah, thanks for sticking with us. And
I think everybody's pretty patient with a lot of things going on right now.
Yeah,
what I mean. Like we're recording this on a Friday, and R.I.P. to Bill Withers, who's one of my favorite musicians. Really, I love all his stuff.
I thought he already died.
No,
he died today. Oh, yeah, shit.
Today, so definitely.
My wife really enjoys his stuff.
A lovely day. Yeah, he's fantastic. So tomorrow is the start of a 2-day WrestleMania. For the first time, they're doing WrestleMania over 2 nights instead of 1 night, and it's going to be in an empty arena. And so it's like,
are they doing it for free or something?
They've been offering up like old WrestleManias for free, like on ESPN and other things like that, which is really cool. A lot of my friends who aren't as into wrestling as I am have like texted me and been like, "Oh, I'm watching this with my kids," and they're really getting into like Hulk Hogan or like whatever. Like they love Daniel Bryan and just different things like that. So that's kind of nice from that perspective. And for people like, I know you're not a big sports fan, but like a lot of the like guys I teach with, like they're kind of aching because there's no sports right now, and it's just kind of part of their culture, the way that like
that's gotta be tough, especially like March Madness not being a thing, and that's like some people live for that shit.
Well, I think opening week of baseball was supposed to be last week, and so there's like a lot of like kind of I mean, sports are rituals in the same way that music is ritual or film is ritual or anything else. And so,
speaking like today, I was walking the dog past this huge Polish church in the town I live in, and I never thought I'd ever see this, but there's a big sign on the door that just says "Church is canceled until further notice."
Yeah, that's pretty
fuck, man. Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
That's like the cover of a thrash album or something.
I know. Sure, just cancel. Yeah.
An X-Order EP.
Yeah, I was going to say that's X-Order. That's after the slaughter of the Vatican or whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so anyways, it's just like, things like, I mean, wrestling in an empty arena where normally there's supposed to be 70,000 people in there. And it's like a different energy, but like, hey,
it's going to be weird. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess they already pre-taped them all. And then they recorded like multiple endings to like several matches. So like even the performers, they'll be at home watching, not knowing if they won or lost some of the matches. So it's like a completely like it's almost like watching like and they've been doing like the episodes on TV, like a Raw and SmackDown and NXT and AEW.
Yeah.
And it's just like the absence of sort of sound or the absence of like a crowd, it makes it seem like it's like a movie set more than anything. And again, wrestling is performance for sure, but like without the crowd cheering, it's like even more like weird theater. It's like a abstract art. Like what is going on? They're cutting like promos, but like nobody's like cheering or booing. It's like really strange. So,
imagine, if like Hogan's knocked down and he's reaching for the man upstairs, but nobody's cheering him on. Like it loses a lot of its impact.
There's no energy. Yeah, exactly. So there, it's going to be weird. I'm going to watch it, obviously, because whatever. But
what's the big
weird
match?
There's several. I guess like the biggest match is a guy who is coming back for the first time in 9 years. He had like neck fusion surgery and basically was told he was going to be paralyzed if he didn't retire. So he had to retire like very on the fly. His name's Edge. And he was a pretty incredible performer in the 2000s. He him and his tag team partner and a couple of other tag teams like the Hardys and the Dudley Boys. Yeah. They were the ones that sort of like started the whole tables, ladder, chairs kind of things in the Attitude Era, and those are some of like the more entertaining, like insane matches of that era. But like it fucked them all up, and he had like a match at WrestleMania like 24, I think, which was like 11 years ago, or 12 years ago. I don't even know. Is this Wrestling 36? I can't remember which one they're on. Yeah, but he was wrestling Mick Foley, and he like dove through like a flaming table of like thumbtacks that was on fire, and so
I've
like,
seen clips of that. Yeah,
that's it. So he's coming back for the first time. He came back for Royal Rumble and got like the biggest pop like I have heard in years on a wrestling show, and that's kind of him and Randy Orton is going to be kind of because those two are like ex tag team partners, so there's like a lot of like blood there, good and bad, and pretty twisted stuff. But there's other big matches because like I said, it's over 2 nights, so there'll be like multiple main events kind of. But we'll see.
Vince McMahon always comes through in a pinch.
Yeah, he's a man of business. The show must go on.
He's a man of money, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, he's a guy that didn't cancel a wrestling pay-per-view when Owen Hart fell to his death and died in the middle of the ring.
Yeah,
they stopped the match and then they proceeded to continue like wrestling that night. Like that's fucked up. So speaking of fucked up stuff, if you like any of this stuff, it's kind of cool. You can probably watch them, I think, online. I think I was watching one of them when we were at the airport flying out to visit Chris last year around this time at the Decibel Beer and Metal Festival,
which would have started last night if things went according to plan.
Yeah, I know, kind of crazy. But it's called Dark Side of the Ring. It's on Vice TV, but I'm sure you can watch them on.
They're on YouTube. I was going to watch one on. I don't remember who it was now.
They're great, dude. They're all
it was like wrestlers that I knew.
Yeah,
I think that's the one I saw. It was like, I'll check this out sometime.
They're good. I think so far I've liked this season better than like the previous season. But they just had one this week with this guy called New Jack, and he's like the guy that like in a lot of ways some of the people in the movie The Wrestler were sort of based on. Okay. He was like a dude that would like cut people's heads with like blades.
Razor blades and shit. Yeah.
Like did some really like stapling, like really like crazy stuff. Like he was like arrested a couple times for like assault and rings and like like he's nuts. Like he was like he like tried to kill people for real. And so it was kind of just about like the most extreme version of wrestling. So that was a pretty interesting episode. Even if I didn't like grow up like watching his stuff, I'd heard about him like through whatever. But So anyways, extreme stuff, man.
So that's basically a little abridged version of what you could expect on a Patreon episode.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's kind of a little Patreon kind of thing. But what I was getting at, the reason I brought up WrestleMania is because like everything's just gonna be different. You know, like you're just gonna be like, if you still want like normal entertainment, like it's just gonna adapt and change a little bit. And so even though we might sound a little bit different than we normally do, it just is what it is. So, well,
I'm hoping if anything, this will make people realize, like if you watch, the Colbert Report or whatever where he's filming in his bathtub, maybe instead of watching that, find people on YouTube that you really like or podcasters you really like, and then give them $5 a month, and then maybe the whole, like the 70s film industry kind of change. Maybe we can do that now with pop culture. We can only hope.
Get back to more like grassroots and kind of indie kind of
like stuff that's not owned by huge multinational corporations, and where Disney doesn't own everything that you care about.
Yeah, they own most things I care about though. So
I'm starting to I don't want to go on a big Disney thing, but as far as franchises, let's create new franchises, new things that aren't based on something we've heard of before.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's I think there's going to be a lot of kind of looking in the mirror and just kind of revisiting a lot of things after we get through all this, in terms of what we want to be, social, political, economic, all kinds of different things. So, so we, as promised in part 1 with Rotting Christ, we said that we were going to be kind of going in, there's going to be a second part of Rotting Christ as well, and then we're going to do a kind of a black metal focus episode as well. This episode is kind of deviating into the sort of doom death scene. And what you heard there is probably the most essential of the bands, I would say, like probably the focus band in a way that, like, if Rotting Christ is kind of the nucleus of the black metal scene in Greece, then I think Septic Flesh is probably the nucleus band for the death doom kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. Would you agree based on kind of your...
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely had the most longevity as well. And they've probably had the most interesting career out of what we're going to listen to today. Like, a lot of stuff goes off the rails pretty quick or just doesn't last that long. But these guys have, like, reinvented themselves probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I would say, like, diversity-wise, they're kind of in that mode. And that's, like I said, like, what we'll get into a little bit more with, like, Rotting Christ is how, Rotting Christ at the end of part 1 is just sort of entering into kind of like a more gothic metal phase, which seemed to really sweep through the whole Greek scene in a big way. I think if you look at everything that we're going to listen to on this episode, none of it would exist without Gothic, the Paradise Lost album. Like, not just like feel, but like guitar tone and like just weirdness, and like there's a lot of stuff going like that record just kind of like blew everybody's skirt up to an incredible degree. Well, it's funny that you say that, Mark, because I have a quote here from a book called The Official Story of Paradise Lost, No Celebration, which you and I have both talked a lot about on this podcast before, and us being huge Paradise Lost fans. And it's in one of the early chapters, and it's a quote from the vocalist and bassist from Septic Flesh, Seth Cedro Anton. And he basically says, Paradise Lost were the pioneers of Gothic doom metal. I wasn't just a fan. They were my favorite band since their first albums. I still remember my reaction when I heard the main melody of Eternal on Gothic. It was a unique experience. Nobody had played anything like that before. It was a great experiment, which then influenced Septic Flesh in a major way on our early albums. And so, yeah, I think Paradise Lost Gothic is kind of, and even Lost Paradise to some extent.
Yeah, especially like a lot of the guitar tones and just choices and just the kind of ideas, like going from like lots of ideas in every song, lots of weird changes, but all in a very primitive, kind of like cavernous, weird way. That is how it like translates over the Greek bands.
Sure, yeah, and like that song we just heard, like it's a little bit more kind of thrashy at that point, which I think a lot of death metal bands kind of evolve out of thrash.
There's those third, like, which is probably from like bands that started in like the late '80s. Even like you look at Pestilence and Death.
I was gonna say Pestilence is like the band I connect the most to with that last song. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of reminds me of something you might hear off like Consuming Impulse in a lot of ways,
Yeah, I can see that.
And then, like the leads are very Dutch-esque, kind of asphyx, pestilence kind of sounding in a way in that song. But I think what makes that song kind of stand out in a weird way is at the very, very end of it, there was, it's kind of like the 620 mark, these like really weird, eerie, haunted keys that sort of come in. And they almost like, this is like around the time Passage to Arcturo from Rotting Christ was the first. That was 91, the same exact year as Temple of Lost Race. Mm-hmm. And that was like the first time Rotting Christ used keyboards. And that was like the first time like keyboards had shown up in like black metal. And, death metal had used keyboards at this point. Pestilence and even Celtic Frost had played with some of that. But it was still pretty like kind of a newer thing, I'm trying to think when Nocturnus came out. I think this is after Nocturnus.
Yeah, Nocturnus is 90, I think.
I think it was the year before was the key, yeah. So, but so again, kind of an interesting who they're taking influences from. Obviously, Paradise Lost used some of those kind of keys and different things like that around that time.
Yeah.
So who knows who they were drawing from, but to me, it's like an amalgam of different ideas that you hear in the Temple of Lost Race song that will sort of like take you kind of into like all of these weird threads that are going to become kind of the Greek, kind of death doom metal kind of scene, Yeah.
I think another thing, the keyboard thing might be that they were cheap and you could like fill your sound up, because Greek metal scene is, kind of known a lot for using drum machines because there wasn't a whole lot of drummers, but also like keyboards is a way to make yourself sound different. They're cheap. And it just, you could make a pretty like a band that sounds just okay, interesting death metal band. It's going to make you sound a little bit different.
Sure. Yeah.
Make you stand out a little bit more from everybody else. But
Yep. So I've got some background. Let me give you some kind of context and kind of get us to where we want to get to. We'll get back to Septic Flesh, I promise. But one thing you kind of got to like understand about the Greeks in my kind of research, because I've been researching this since like Christmas break is when I really sort of went into all this. And even Chris...
it's now April 2020.
Yeah, it's now April. Yeah, so I kind of, wrote... I've had these notes kind of just sort of lingering around. Chris wrote me today, too, and it kind of backed up some of the research that I wrote. Chris Dick, who from Decibel, and he knows a lot more about, he probably knows more about Greek death doom stuff than either of us do, really.
Well, it was a big thing for us when we were doing magazine back in the 90s. It was the next interesting thing, that whole Holy Records thing. He got into it heavier than I did, but there's a handful of bands that we were pretty heavy into, but he likes to follow the cracks and see where they lead. I was
going to say, he kept he kind of was more, I think, open to like sort of the Gothic transition than probably you were on some level, you know what I mean? And so I think he stuck with some of those bands when they started to go through some of the odd changes, whereas I think you kind of were like, okay, that's probably good enough for me.
Well, the biggest thing, there's a fine line between weird and pretentious.
Sure.
And I've got a meter on that flutters quicker than his does, I'm sure. But that was my takeaway, too, from a lot of these bands is that
sure. Yeah.
It's either they're weird and they're great or they're pretentious and I can't stand them.
This will be fun. I can't wait. Yeah. I have no idea what Mark's point of view on some of this stuff is, so we're kind of going to this blind. But he wrote, just remember that Greece is kind of a man-o-war, iced earth type stronghold. Mm-hmm. He said heavy metal is more akin to their taste than, say, like brutal death metal. Yeah. He says the Greek death metal scene picked up after the black metal scene, which I'll get into. Yep. Started off slowly and then got kind of hot by the mid-90s. Rotting Christ kind of always bridged the gap between the two in a lot of ways, because Rotting Christ was drawing from, they had doomy elements and things like that. And he just said he doesn't really think that the modern kind of Greek death metal movement doesn't really get moving again after the mid-90s until like Septic Flesh Communion.
That's fair.
And we'll kind of get to that, because you're right. In a lot of ways, like after like 96, 97, like there's really not much traditional kind of death metal going on. That's like pronounced, and we'll kind of talk a little bit more about that. There's a couple exceptions in there, but like it's really like this 91 to like 96 period that's kind of big.
But that's kind of the same way as regular death metal. Everybody was or doom. Everybody was like doing something different by that point, or just doing exactly the same, like suffocation, immolation, and the TION bands. But
yeah, so the weirdest part that I kind of found in my research, and I actually read some like blogs from like Greek metal fans who were like kind of writing like personal narratives, and one of the things I kind of came away with that Chris sort of pointed out there is that Greek metalheads in the 1980s were really, really locked into American pop and subculture, and they kind of like grabbed onto bands that like weren't as mainstream here in the US, but for like the Greeks they became like kind of like, it's almost like searching for Sugar Man, like like what the fuck, like how did this kind of like take off? So like they were listening to like some of our weird metal, but they thought it was normal. So like the band were really, really into were like Manowar, Cirith Ungol, Manila Road, Omen, Bronchus Helm, like those type of bands. So like epic kind of doomy power metal in a weird way, like
kind of timeless too.
Yeah, I kind of hate to use the term, and I'm talking early Manowar, like this stuff that's like really good, and so that sort of kickstarted the whole like kind of Greek metal kind of world. But they're like sort of, and you can kind of hear that with like some of the stuff Rotting Christ always did, where there's almost always like an epic kind of like atmosphere to it. And a lot of those bands I just sort of mentioned were built around atmosphere in a lot of ways, That
and a lot of like just brutality, like bludgeoning brutality, and then which we talked about, I think the last Rotting Christ show. But then that just like that, like super like romantic melody. Yeah, it's like just like aching melody. It's weird. It's hard to describe exactly what it is, but there's an incredible amount of like that seems to be a huge thing with going through all of these bands.
Yeah,
just like out of nowhere, like boom, here's this super melodic riff.
Yeah, and there's something like endearing about like a lot of these bands, even if like they're clunky and some of the stuff doesn't really work. Like they're like they're kitchen sinking things sometimes, and it's just like it's kind of endearing. It's not necessarily stuff I'm going to pull out and listen to like a lot sometimes, but like I can appreciate that they were like, I don't know, coming at things from like kind of a left of center kind of standpoint.
And like with lyrics and song titles, it's always good as the the ESL bands where they don't have a great grasp on the English language, so they come up with really creative sentences to string together to try to describe what they're talking about.
Oh sure, yeah, it's all pretty strange. So the nucleus of kind of the whole kind of Greek extreme like thrash death metal sort of stuff starts with a band called Flames, and they were around in like kind of mid 80s, and they were kind of a speed metal act, but as they started to get like proceed forward, they got thrashier and a little bit more extreme. And by the time like their third record called Summon the Dead comes out, that's sort of seen as like a weird like watershed like record for like local Greek people in a way. And kind of taking some inspiration off of what Flames was doing, there's a band that starts in 87 called Death Courier. And Death Courier were younger than Flames, and they were kind of more bathed in some of the American kind of death metal influence that was starting to like, permeate by like 87, 88. Yeah. Pretty like primitive, raw kind of death thrash stuff. But you started to hear in their early stuff like melodic leads, bouncing rhythms, like kind of the somber kind of Hellenic qualities that we pointed out in Rotting Christ. Yeah, right? Like, there's always, like you said, this like sense of melody and kind of scope and this kind of like upliftingness. Even when it's like dark and evil, it's still got this kind of like warmth to it. I think warmth is maybe the word that like is kind of defines this sort of Mediterranean sort of scene. And we talked a lot about that in Rotting Christ, whether environment shapes culture, and I think it does.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And that Death Courier band puts out a 7-inch called Necrogasm in like I think 89 or something like that, and it's like mid-pace, chugging thrash, but the leads on it are very Hellenic death metal kind of sounding. And when Death Courier is sort of starting to record some of these things, they even help a young band called Verathron out in their early days to put out a demo called Live at the Swamp. And Nigel from the Death Courier band, I believe, goes on to play in another side project band called Vomit that's going to contain members that will then go on to start bands called Verathron, Necromantia, and Sarcastic Terror. So, like, there's this, like, Death Courier is kind of the nucleus of some of this stuff. They link into the black metal, and they're gonna link into kind of the death metal scene. So they're kind of like Rotting Christ. They're kind of a centerpiece to sort of all that. The other kind of band besides Septic Flesh, which I'll get into in a moment, and we'll listen to them a little bit later on, is a band called Septicemia. And Septicemia were like, they're going to go on, and when they break up, the members from Septicemia are going to go and form Horrified and Nightfall. And so, like, Septicemia, Septic Flesh, Death Courier, those are kind of like the three kind of foundational bands in a lot of ways, you know?
Yeah.
So when we get to Death Courier, by the time they only put out one record, it's an EP, and they put it out in 1992, and it incorrectly says it on here. It says Demise. I don't know why it says that. The name of the name of the EP is called Sabbath Conventions. Actually, I think, or is it Demise? I don't know. I'm looking at my notes. It's one of the two. I'll correct it in our show notes. But basically, that's the only release that Death Courier ever put out. It was 92, and by then they'd been around for 5 or 6 years. And so to kind of, you know, I don't think there was like a lot of money to put like demos out or to get like bands of this ilk like in studios, you know.
No, I think especially at that point in time, it wasn't the Greek economy pretty tanked at that time?
It could have been in the early 90s.
Because the scene was pretty small.
Oh, for sure. Yep. You know, and I guess I'll come back to the Rotting Christ book, the Non-Servium, for a moment to maybe give a little bit of context for how some of these bands kind of start to get into like studios. And it's from Christos. He's the main kind of composer of most of Septic Flesh's stuff. And he just said, I first heard of Rotting Christ at my first concert, A Show of Destruction, where I met a friend who said, check this band Rotting Christ, and gave me a demo of them. I checked it out and immediately realized this band had a unique sound. I first met them in person at a friend's gathering in a coffee shop in North Athens. Then they opened a studio, and we recorded our first album, Mystic Places of Dawn, there. During that time, everything was a bit rough in Athens, but Sakis's ideas were always true, and he tried to do as much as he could for the recording. In 1993, things were a bit strange in terms of software and sequencers, and it was a very, very small, but it was an honest effort from the guys, and we had a great time there. Sakis was sometimes coming and giving his thoughts about things, and although the sound engineer was a guy that was not into metal, he knew how to work the software and the computers and stuff like that. And so it sort of gives you a sense that when we talked about this in the Rotting Christ episode, when Rotting Christ finally buys Storm Studios, like, I think that's kind of the nucleus for the whole Greek scene to explode, because now everybody has a place that they can go and actually start recording albums. Do you know what I'm saying? It's
like the Morris Sound, or, you know, Sunlight Studio is like the one place that understands what you're trying to do.
Yeah, it's like connecting like the dots for everyone, you know. So like, I think by the time Death Courier puts out that EP, like, they're kind of fluttering, you know, like they've kind of like come to the end, and it's almost too late for them. But I think some of the younger bands that were like just getting influence from Death Courier, they sort of have an opportunity to kind of like, you know, burst forth and do that sort of stuff. And so that gets us to Septic Flesh. And they, you know, by 91, they were starting to, you know, mix in a lot of synths along with kind of really killer kind of lead guitar. I mean, I mentioned Christos. He's kind of the main guy and the guitar player. And I think he's been there like the whole time. And
he's a singer too?
No, that was the guy quoted from the Paradise Lost book. I don't have...
But they've had the same singer the whole time, right? The super guttural guy?
Yep. The same guy.
It's like those two guys have been with them since the beginning.
Is it?
I didn't look any of this stuff up. So.
Spiros. Yeah, Spiros, okay. The vocalist. Yep. Spiros and Sotorius on some of the early stuff. Yeah, and then Christos is on guitar. Yeah, it's weird. There's just different people. It depends on the record. That was just looking at Ophidian Wheel. So I don't know if that's the same lineup all the way through. Yeah, Spiros and Sotorius seem to be pretty consistent in the band. And then I think, like I said, Christos is kind of the main guy who will kind of do a lot of the orchestration kind of stuff. He actually got a degree in composition at university. So like he kind of understands, I think, the more compositional side of like kind of when Septic Flesh starts to get more increasingly complex, which they're going to start to do pretty quickly after their debut. So Septic Flesh puts out their first kind of full-length record after kind of a couple of like early EPs, and Mystic Places of Dawn is their debut in '94, and again it's indebted to Paradise Lost Gothic. It's pretty rough production at that point. It's got the keyboards obviously present. Like, when was the first time you heard Septic Flesh? Because this would have been right in your wheelhouse, like 94, 95, I feel like, when you guys were...
I think Chris might have had... by 94, I think he was getting serviced by Holy, or whoever this came out on. Because that was like
originally it's Holy, yeah.
Yeah, like we're getting like stuff from corresponding with Ephemus from Nightfall and a bunch of other... Like, it was... And like Exhumation, I was getting demos from bands over there too. So it was like a pretty, as far as the tape trading scene went, there wasn't a whole lot over there, but they were very, they were like willing to commit. Like even like Unisound, they put out I think they put out a Verathron and the Elysian Fields.
Yeah, they put out Elysian Fields and that Rotting Christ non-Servium.
Yeah. Yeah, because they started up that small label, and then they couldn't afford to pay for ads in our zine, but they would give us product. So they're like, well, we can't afford. We'd like to advertise, but we'll give you like 20 CDs. It's like, okay, cool, no problem.
Now, were you into these guys pretty? Like, how far did you go along with Septic Flesh? Like, were you into Mystic and Esoptron and some of those first couple?
I think just the first one, and then I was into like black metal too much.
Got it. That would make sense, because like by 95, when their second record, Esoptron, comes out, which by the way translates to mirror, so that's the Greek word for mirror. 95 is kind of, you're really getting into peak kind of black metal, Emperor and Immortal and Satyricon and all that kind of stuff.
At the Gates and all that shit. So it was like that stuff was still a couple years behind the curve as far as like production and like being like super innovative. They were still kind of repetitive, or kind of like not redundant, but they weren't like, they didn't really come into their own until later on.
Yeah, it's weird because like Mystic Places of Dawn, the things I wrote and the song we're going to play when we get into our first set of music here is a song called Morpheus, the Dreamlord. It's kind of a cool, Sandman reference, Yeah. I don't know if they were fans of the comic, perhaps.
With anything Gothic, everybody loved Sandman. That's
true, yeah. Neil Gaiman was a huge influence. But yeah, like really great crushing riff. It's kind of got like a Shades of God sort of with like weird left of center kind of orchestration sort of happening on it. Again, like they're still trying to like fumble through like what they want to do with like symphonic kind of elements. Yeah. But the other thing I noticed is it's got like a weird kind of like almost like a Dan Swano or like that weird Finnish doom psychedelic kind of flair mixed in particular in this song, like that weird thing that you hear like like Paraxis or like Zizma at times.
Yeah. Just the first thing I wrote down was it sounds like Edge of Sanity.
Yeah, for sure. The Dan Swano thing is like, it's all over it. Yeah, I'm glad you grabbed that.
Because I was like, God, what the fuck does it sound like to me? It's like, oh shit, it sounds like Edge of Sanity. And then they seem like they're trying to capture Greg's guitar tone, that weird phaser flanger thing.
For sure, man. Shades of God, like Gothic kind of solos and stuff like.
But the solo in the song I put down, it sounds like a Testament solo.
Like Skolnick? That's cool.
Yeah. That's like boom. I was working on making cabinets yesterday, and then just like listening to the shit, and I had a notebook or notepad next to me, and I would just write down shit as soon as I would hear it. But
yeah, and there's like I guess when you mentioned Swano, another band I wrote down that kind of fits both of what I was just saying is Panthymonium.
Yeah.
You know, like Panthymonium always had like these insane ideas that they were throwing together, and a lot of them worked cool, and like, but that was like the whole Mr. Bungle kind of like approach or whatever.
Sure.
And I don't think they're trying to do that, but I think that's the band that like kind of it rubs off a little bit on that. You got some cool violin in this song too, which, you know, you weren't getting a lot of violin at this point outside of like My Dying Bride. And
yeah, it definitely has a Bride vibe, even like just the tone of the like what they're doing with the violin. But
sure.
Then I put the last thing for the song, it says, has a sad, cavernous sound to the recording.
Absolutely. No, I think the recording is kind of empty, like hollow sort of sounding. But
also like kind of rich now. I like going back and listening to it, I was like, this sounds great.
No, for sure. It has like a great personality to it. But I guess like when you compare it to like later on where they had like a much more fuller, thicker production, there's something more mysterious about this, you know. It fits with the title, you know, Mystic
more arcane. Yes.
Yeah, arcane. Yeah, that was a word I actually wrote for Esoptron, the next record. So then a year later, 95, they go on to Esoptron, and this is a record I never really owned until recently. This one's it's a little bit of a miss for me as a whole. It's gloomy, it's dark. I wrote arcane. Glad you pulled that word out. It's melodic. It's got really cool, interesting atmosphere. But to me, it's a band that's trying out a lot of ideas, and some of the ideas don't quite work yet. It's like a transitional record for me.
There's a lot of that Rotting Christ like chug, and then like the muted harmonic stuff. They, you know, they're kind of famous. Sure. A lot of Greek bands are kind of known for doing, but
sound, quintessential Greek sound. Yep.
But it seems like I think Septic Flesh is less successful when they try to emulate somebody else.
Yeah, so I don't know who they're trying to emulate at this point. If it's Rotting Christ, if it's still Paradise Lost, or you know what I mean? Like it's, I like
that kitchen sink approach where it's like we want Greg's guitar tone, we want My Dying Bride's, you know, violin, and then some weird Edge of Sandy weirdness, and even the first song we listened to, it had like a Unleashed vibe almost.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like a early, like if you had told me that Temple of the Lost Race came out in Century Media in 1991, I'd be like, yeah,
totally. Right. Yeah,
like it sounds like Sumerian Cry, kind of era Tiamat, or you know, something like that. Like it's just like weird. It's like kind of this kind of eerie atmosphere to it. What'd you write about Burning Phoenix, which is the song we're going to play off Espatron?
I didn't listen to all the entire albums. So just so listeners know, so I'm not putting this in context to the entire album, but the first sentence I wrote down is, this is what I remember Septic Flesh sounding like.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of like the quintessential, not in necessarily a great, like the good way, but like a lot of their like cliche kind of like sounds that for the records that I didn't really pay much attention to until Communion is when I went back and listened to them a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong with that kind of thing, because I think this is I don't know if it's in Burning Phoenix, but certainly on the record is where the first time they start using like clean vocals a lot, mixed in the death vocals, and some of the female vocal stuff starts to kind of enter on this record. I like Burning Phoenix all right. I grabbed it as like one of the songs I think I dig off this record, but it's got some things lacking too, you know. And
there's like weird like shredding that happens in it. And stuff like bleeds. There's like kind of come out of nowhere, but I think the two records
too.
The two records this is going to be the adding up list at least. Into the Pandemonium from Celtic Frost and Paradise Lost Gothic are the two albums that have shaped a lot of the Greek scene, especially like you can totally tell they're trying to emulate Tom's vocals. That weird like kind of gothic like it doesn't work quite as good unless Tom does it, but it's just weird kind of like gothy but it's something that Celtic Frost are one of those bands that are right in the center of weird or, you know, ponderous and my word I forgot again, god damn it. pretentious.
Oh, sure, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I guess I didn't realize how many people don't like Into the Pandemonium. But
I love it.
Some
now.
people that love it,
but
right? I love it.
I love it more as I age. It's so fucking weird, but it's so like prophetic of everything to come, as far as like avant-garde metal is concerned.
Yeah, it's a portent for sure. Like you said, I think a band like Septic Flesh and really this whole scene, more so than Rotting Christ, because Rotting Christ will draw from Celtic Frost, like as every extreme band did in that era. But to me, I think it's a more pronounced influence on almost this entire episode. You can kind of like feel it floating through a lot of it, and like. They'll like you said, they'll take some of the ideas that some people might have thought were pretentious from Celtic Frost, but somehow Celtic Frost executed it because there was like the right conviction. But like some of these bands won't know how to do those ideas the right way.
Yeah. It takes a certain amount of like naivete, but also like a commitment to it as well. I think that's like Tom was always there's a quote from him and when he's being interviewed by Banger for I think that extreme metal episode, but they're trying to take like extreme metal and then somehow come to something close to resembling art. Like they were trying to push it, but they kind of knew the parameters, or maybe they didn't. They were just lucky. Because later on, like, some of their stuff is not necessarily very great when they try to go a certain way, but like that young early on is just kind of crazy how good that stuff is and how weird, but how like totally perfect now. Retrospect, going back and listening to it, is like, man, that was just, I would love to be that gutsy.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that's a good word. I think the thing I admire about a lot of these Greek bands maybe is they do some gutsy things at times, even if a lot of their ideas are like swing and a miss.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll give them that. You know what I mean? And so
none of them are doing the same record over and over.
Yeah, like I said, that's the thing I think that endures maybe the most of all these bands is like maybe sometimes they advance too much on certain records, and that's probably like maybe the problem that they have is they're going like they're reaching too far, but it is what it is. So by the time the last song I want to talk about in the set, and then we'll get to some music here, is kind of the last of the sort of 90s cycle records that we're going to play from Septic Flesh, and that's Ophidian Wheel. And to me, I like this record actually maybe even a little bit more than Esoptron. I know you haven't listened to the whole records, but to me, it's taking the ideas of the previous record and like kind of refining them. It's a little more consistent. Like it might not be your thing necessarily, but at least like to me, they're committing a little bit more to like a sound a little. And you've got this vocalist Natalie who comes in on this record, and she's going to be kind of the one that will be there for a couple of their records. Falling Temple, which is the one that comes after this in 98. That was the one I first got into, strangely enough, and I'm not playing anything off of it by choice because it's awkward. I was going to play Eldest Cosmonaut because I still have like a nostalgia for that song, but I was just like, I think I'd just be playing the song just for me, not necessarily for like the Requiem fans, and I don't know if you need to do that, but I don't know, like I like this song. We're gonna play On the Topmost Step of Earth. Like to me, it's got like really great, it's got all the like things that worked really well for like 1997. It's like got like Paradise Lost mixed with like I hear a lot of Amorphous, a lot of Sentenced, that Finnish Death Doom sort of vibe. There's a Amorphous riff at like the 235 mark. The clean vocals, I don't know if they work, I
don't think they do.
Yeah, I kind of wrote question mark. Do they work? But like all the guitar stuff is so like cool. Like, the music is like pretty killer here. It's got a really great crushing riff and killer leads.
Is this the one that starts out with the, where it sounds like the Terminator? The Terminator theme, and then it starts to sound like it's orchestrated where it sounds like Conan. And then it goes into an Amorphous riff. That's
yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah. So I think it's a cool tune to me it's like it's the kitchen sink of everything that was happening in 1997. Like musically. Like that sort of post-sentence amuck kind of sound, that Amorphous elegy, Tales from like it's got all that kind of working here. My notes are wrong. I'm sorry. This is for something else. I need to make sure I dog ear this. Oh, okay. That was a
But I heard multiple Amorphous riffs.
Okay, good.
Throughout our playlist.
Yeah, and I think they're a touchstone band along with like Tiamat and Moonspell and November's Doom and some of those bands that were kind of like emerging and pretty popular at this time,
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's, I don't know, did you write much about this song in particular, or could you?
I thought I did, but I can't make heads or tails of my notes.
That's fine. I wrote enough. So, but like I said, I think it's kind of you're going to kind of hear this development of their sound through this sort of playlist. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with a Death Courier song, a song called Swamplife. And it's pretty lo-fi. I don't know. The thing I wrote about this song is it's like kind of got a churning thrash riff. It's got some kind of rapid fire, like tremolo riffing, kind of death metal tremolo riffing, but like the sound of it, like especially some of like, it sounds like kind of like the drum sounds like wet cardboard. It's really kind of lo-fi in terms of like what it's doing, and like especially the drums ape like Paul from Cannibal Corpse, his kind of style of drumming, but like if he was like
the hammer blast, everything's hit like in unison.
Exactly. It's a lot of that kind of going on. The only thing that's really cool about this song to me, like I like the song, it's kind of like got a old retro death metal feel to it, is the bass production is like really killer. And I think the bass player, I'll have to look it up, I think he went on to be in other bands in the future. So I think he was like the most talented guy in the band, obviously. Yeah. And you kind of hear it, in the midst of some of this. There's some kind of Pestilence leads, kind of like what you heard on that first Septic Flesh song, too. So Pestilence and the Dutch scene seem to kind of have a big influence on the Greeks as well. At least that's what I'm kind of hearing. So
yeah, but like this sounds like really good 90s. It sounds very 90s in the best possible way.
Yeah, no, it's great.
It sounds like a lot of these like newer bands, like $20 spin death metal bands or something,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're like kind of the retro death metal thing going on, like Death Courier is gonna be right up your alley. So. Yeah. And then we move into Septic Flesh. We're going to hear Morpheus, the Dreamlord from Mystic Places of Dawn, their debut. Then Burning Phoenix from Esoptron, 95. Then On the Topmost Step of the Earth from Ophidian Wheel in 1997. And then we're going to end with a tune called Babel's Gate from Communion about 10 years later. And we'll talk about that change when we come back.
mental playground, around its solid street.
The creators of the prophecies constipated yet undead, from a book that can't be read, all access from mass of scorn. On the topmost step of the earth, on the topmost step of the earth.
You just heard Babel's Gates, On the Topmost Step of the Earth, Burning Phoenix, Morpheus the Dreamlord, all of those from Septic Flesh. Then, of course, we kicked off with Swamplife from Death Courier. So so there's a weird leap that sort of happens there if you're paying attention from 97 to 2007 there with Septic Flesh. I think for a lot of people they kind of went off my radar screen after like 98. Like I said, I really got into the Fallen Temple or Off Fallen Temple, and then that was sort of it. I know they did a record in 99, I believe, called Revolution DNA. Do you kind of remember when that came out?
God, I think I know what the cover looks like.
Yeah, the cover, I never really listened to it, or maybe I heard it like once, perhaps. Like I think Chris kind of like played it and was kind of like upset about it.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah,
I think that's kind of when like there was sort of this weird industrial sort of gothic kind of trend that was going on. I mean, I think Paradise Lost even tapped into it a little bit, but they did it better. But I think of like a band like Covenant, right? Like Covenant to me is like the ultimate like kind of down the rabbit hole in all the bad ways. And I think like Septic Flesh kind of followed a little bit of that trajectory. I don't think they're as bad as Covenant. I think it's like, I think I checked out a track when I was doing research and I was like, this is okay. It's not like worth playing a song or, it wasn't anything I was going to go back and listen to. So I think they were, when they were kind of coming off this ultra kind of gothic kind of thing that was happening in like 97, 98, 99, I think they kind of were at a loss for kind of identity.
Well, because I think a lot of bands went down that road because that's where the girls were too.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah.
So if you can do stuff where you can still, scream, but you can, show some kind of like, because goth in the 90s is totally different than me growing up goth in the 80s. It was a totally different thing. So
sure,
I can totally see why, especially, you play this total just sausage fest music. If you get like an inkling that girls give a shit, that's a pretty strong motivator.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we've seen that sometimes in our scene where it's just like you just gotta have to be okay with the fact that like you're not going to be going to like the shows that we go to like talk to girls very often.
No, I mean now it's a different story, but yeah.
For you, for sure, yeah. But like me, I'm still single, but it's just not like it's not what I don't have my heart set on that when it happens. But I think the one thing I'll say about Septic Flesh that's probably maybe they grabbed from Revolution DNA, and I can't like prove this as a theory, is the one thing that I remember about that record is it had like a more crisp, kind of solid production. It was a little bit more focused. And I think that kind of they took that sort of focused style of production on their next two records. Even in their next two records, they kind of abandoned the industrial thing, and they took a 4-year hiatus after Revolution, and they put out a record that's actually really good. We originally were going to play a tune from it, but we were just trying to, kind of come up with the right. This is already going to be a long episode, so I was trying to like cut some things out, but it was called Sumerian Demons, and that came out in 2003. Then they take another 4-year break, and I wasn't really aware of Sumerian Demons when it came out. That was like
neither was I.
I was it was kind of like pre-YouTube, so there was, what I mean? It was like if you didn't know about it, you didn't know about it. That was like pre-Decibel, right? So like you had to like read about it somewhere in Metal Maniacs or Terrorizer or whatever, or
just buy stuff on a whim just to hear if you wanted to listen, like it or not.
Yeah, and I wasn't probably going to do that with Septic Flesh, especially after Revolution DNA. You know what I mean? Like they were not a band, But then Communion comes out in 2007, like right before we started doing the podcast, and I think Chris said something to us like, guys, Septic Flesh is kind of back.
I think he was back for like a Christmas break or something. I think he had a copy of it and we ripped it or something. Yeah. Because I remember listening to the record a fair amount.
Yeah, I was into it. And so in a lot of ways, even though I think Sumerian Demons is a great record, I think Communion's kind of like the start of like their second kind of real big push that they're still sort of currently part of today. Mm-hmm. Seas of Mist is like a more it's a bigger label than Holy Records was, and I think
by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, by leaps and bounds. But I think Sumerian Demons was on Season of Mist too. I don't have that in front of me, but I for sure know Communion was, and I know that all those records we listened to previous have been reissued by Seasons of Mist, and so they seem to have control of most of their back catalog at this point, which is awesome. But yeah, I think, it's all together, like, it's got more, songs like Anubis, Babel's Gate, Persepolis, We the Gods.
We the Gods is an Anathema song.
I know. I don't know if it is a cover of that or not, because that is a badass. I'm just looking.
I don't think so. I just picked up Pentecost 3. Yeah, I just picked it up, a reissue of it, an LP.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. No, but I think that I'm just looking to see if it gives them credit or not.
Because I think, isn't the Anathema we and then the gods are in parentheses?
Yeah, I think that you're right. Yeah, this says we, comma, the gods.
Yeah. So. Punctuation saved them there.
It matters. But yeah, it's kind of like they're getting like deep into like kind of Greek history and Greek mythology and, these sort of mythical kind of battles, mentioning, Babylon and Babel's Gate and Persepolis, this sort of ancient city of Persia. And, it's kind of cool. It just sort of like I kind of regrouped them, and they were kind of on Sumerian Demons. They started to really get back to their death metal style, and really like with a song like Babel's Gate, you can kind of hear that commitment, to like getting back to like where they were on Temple of the Lost Race and Mystic Places of Dawn, and some of those early kind of Septic Flesh records. They're doing stuff like I can't remember if this was. I know the one previous they recorded at Studio Friedman. So like they're focusing more on, like a better sound production. Obviously, you kind of have this electronics. They're kind of drawing on more of like the sort of stuff that they maybe learned in the industrial thing and learned in the Gothic phase, but they're like tempering how they use it. Right.
Yeah.
To me, it's like it's smarter, it's more strategic, and it sounds it's a more easily listenable sort of record. And so I don't know. I kind of dig where they kind of went from here, and so from there they're kind of back. And their most recent record, at least to my knowledge, is 2017's Codex Omega, and great record. I was just listening to the whole thing today. They record with the City of Prague Philharmonic Orchestra. They have a full choir that's sort of part of it. So it's, just got a really cool, eerie atmosphere. They're really getting into, like, you even pointed out, like Behemoth. I hear a lot of that in some of this
like
sort of stuff.
Yeah, the orchestration and the vocal approach and how, like, bombastic the drums are.
Well, the drums on
start stuff.
Omega is kind of connecting, because I heard a lot of like vocal stuff from Behemoth and Vader, and there's like a weird Polish metal connection too, because the drummer on this record is a brand new drummer, and it's Kieran Lechner from Decapitated.
Okay.
So, so like it's kind of weird, like they're leaving like the Gothic metal thing like from Greece and like gravitating more towards like the weird amalgamation of like Polish metal that's sort of going on. I don't know, a weird kind of thing. But yeah, I wrote it's like a Behemoth or Vader record if they like teamed up with Demu or something, like good Demu. It's got like that pomposity that like works,
Yeah.
And,
well, these guys aren't they wearing like those weird like superhero costumes now?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen recent photos of them.
I remember the last press photo I got, because I get service from PR from Septic or from Season of Mist. But they have almost like these like ribbed. It almost looks like a Hellraiser outfit, but black.
Oh, okay.
That's really cool. Fucking like weird like rubber armor shit that they're wearing. Okay. And all the guys have like immaculately like maintained mustaches and goatees and stuff. They're fucking look ridiculous, but it makes sense hearing the music.
Yeah, that's funny. I think the choir is like really eerie in this song, especially in the middle of Codex. We're gonna play the title track, Third Testament, Codex Omega. Really killer leads, just a lot. It's kind of working. I was listening to like another tune I loved today, just like really awesome ending. It's called Enemy of Truth. That's got like probably the best use of orchestration that I heard on the record, but it's a fun record. So if you haven't checked out newer Septic Flesh, because maybe you were turned off by some of that weird mid 90s stuff, the way like Mark and myself even to some extent, and probably a lot of people were kind of like how do I get into this?
It's a tough time.
Yeah, it was a weird time for metal in general. But yeah, it's good stuff indeed. So we're going to kind of finish up Septic Flesh in the next sort of set, but then we want to kind of get into a couple of other bands. The aforementioned Septicemia, with the record I talked about before, Sabbath Conventions, which I think is just an EP, in a tune called Sleep of the Forgotten. And the thing that's like kind of jumps out to me about this sort of tune is this bass player is killer, just like in Death Courier. There seems to be sort of a pedigree here, but the reason this guy is a killer is his name is Thanos, and he's going to go on to help form Horrified, and we'll get to Horrified later on in the episode. He was already in Horrified, I think, when they actually finally went in and recorded this, but they had done a demo, I think, in 90 and like a split CD, and then they basically put out this Sabbath Conventions EP, which I think they record at the end of like 91, and it gets put out in 92, and then they're done as a band. So it's really kind of like they didn't really have a career, almost like Death Courier, you know what I mean, in terms of recording career. But because the guys from Septicemia will go on and form Horrified, and then the drummer, Kostos, will go on and help form Nightfall. And so that kind of leads us towards where we're heading next with bands like Nightfall and On Thorns I Lay. But did you write much about the Septicemia song, or didn't you get a chance to listen to this much?
I put it has like a Astral Sleep Tiamat vibe meets Sepultura.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Old Sepultura, like, you know. Okay.
Yeah,
like Schizophrenia before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I picked up. There's a little bit of tech kind of death sort of mix in there, a little bit of the Atheist Pestilence kind of thing, which again, I've touched on before, but really nice leads. That's kind of like where I hear like the Tiamat kind of Sepultura sort of stuff. It's kind of like it's got some of that aspect. Real doomy atmospheric elements at the end of the song, which I think are more predictive of the bands that are going to be formed out of Septicemia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of cool. But like I said, the bass playing on this song is super busy. He's almost playing Steve Harris kind of style,
and like produced well. Unusually well for how the rest of it sounds.
For sure, exactly. Then we get into Nightfall, and Nightfall's, they are Parade into Centuries. Their debut is Holy Records #1. It is the first release on Holy Records. In a lot of ways, they're kind of like the nexus of like Black Death and Doom, all sort of like walk through this band in a weird way. Yeah. Along with Rotting Christ. I think their early era, especially on Parade into Centuries and Macabre Sunsets, has a lot of like Rotting Christ isms that you'll sort of hear. There's a lot of gothic elements from Paradise Lost, obviously, and also like folk elements. I think this is like where you hear kind of maybe that Greek folk music sort of entering in a little with Nightfall. The main guy, and I'll butcher his name, is Euphemus. Euphemus? Oh, is that?
Yeah, Karademus, I think.
Karademus, yep. And he's the vocalist, bass player, and keyboard player.
I think we used to correspond with him, and I'm pretty sure, how Chris is a stickler for pronunciations.
You knew how to pronounce them? Okay.
I think that Euphemus actually wrote his name out phonetically, so we would know how it was pronounced.
Got it. Is it spelled like Efthimis? So that's like not, that's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around. But Euphemus makes sense. Yep, that has a flow to it. So, what are your feelings on like these first couple kind of Nightfalls here, going back to them, because they're strange records.
The production's weird. They're really like what'd you say?
I said bizarre production. That's the exact note.
Yeah. We just kind of like, not even, that's the only. There's not like a specific thing, but they're just bizarrely produced. Just like the blasting drum, the drums are kind of monotonous.
For sure.
And that's kind of like, that was a Greek hallmark, but I thought that was all from drum machines, but in this case it's definitely not, because there's a human being playing. Yeah,
there's a human guy, but he does play, especially like it's so funny, because in my notes, here's what I literally wrote. I wrote, the drum machine type playing blast beats hurt the record. Yeah. And make it sound kind of disjointed and off the wall.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's weird. Like, we didn't talk to each other before this, but yeah, that was the same kind of vibe I was kind of getting. There's some like trippy leads, like the guitar leads, especially near the end of this first tune we're going to hear from, Crying Out the Fear Within.
Yeah.
It's real emotive. And
it's got that slow melody thing going back to it, you know?
But at the end of this song, like all of a sudden that like kind of emotive lead just goes into like this weird like flashy George Lynch kind of thing. I don't know. It's like weird. I don't know. It's just like strange. Like the bass playing, I wrote, it's got like a jazz kind of inflection to it. Like weird the things that they're sort of doing on Parade into Centuries. It's not a record I think I could sit down and listen to from start to finish today.
It's one of those things, like I was enamored by it mostly as a kid because we were like corresponding with the band.
Yeah.
And it was like a new, unique thing from a place we didn't really know much about. And they were doing death metal. But going back and listening to it, I was like, it doesn't really do much for me.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, I picked them up because I'm a collector, and some of this early Holy Record stuff, like I just kind of wanted to
when
have.
You're a historian, you gotta have these touch points.
And I have them, yeah, and I'm glad I have them for episodes like this because like we're trying to kind of do a definitive type look at this scene as best as we can. But yeah, it's weird. I actually think I like Macabre Sunsets a little better. At least I like All My Love Is Lost, which is the song we're going to play off that, which is so Parade into Centuries was 92, so it was right at the same time that like a lot of this kind of scene was sort of bubbling. And then a year later is Macabre Sunsets in 93. But like really great opening riff here. But the synths, I wrote cheap synths, which have a charm all their own.
Yeah. And then the Athenian Echoes track is even worse.
The synths are...
The fucking orchestra hits.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, God.
Yeah, and what I wrote about that, because the next record is Athenian Echoes from 95. I said the synths kind of have this hack like a bad film score.
Yeah.
And I said they're trying to do it. Diabolical Masquerade will do so much better.
Yes. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
That was the only band I could like kind of grab onto that tried that worked.
I think Diabolical Masquerade works because it's one guy.
That's true.
And he has got a master plan, and it's not like a really untalented keyboard player trying to put their 2 cents into a song.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me in some ways, It
would be better without it, and that's always the testament of like, well, you shouldn't have done it then.
Sure.
If it's like, oh, that's kind of interesting, cool, but if it's like, no, this song would be cool if you didn't have that in it. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, because like Azure, which is the song we're going to play from Athenian Echoes, has this like killer like kind of Nagelfar, tremola, kind of black metal riff kind of going on.
It's pretty good, except for the orchestra hits.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, like the keyboards just come in, you're like, this is the whole like kitchen sink. Like some ideas work and some don't, but they're like trying things.
Yeah.
Going back to All My Love Is Lost, one thing that I did like about that, besides like some of the opening riffs, I did point out the cheap synths, but like really great bass work there, and the vocal stuff, like when he's screaming out war, that's like awesome. It's kind of fun, But yeah, I wrote for the leads. I said it's like Gothic era Paradise Lost leads, but with less talent.
Yeah, I would agree.
So
fair summation.
They're kind of doing some weird stuff there. And you'll be happy that I stopped us at Athenian Echoes because
it gets band, like the lesbian like bondage shit that they started doing. It's like, Jesus.
It gets weird. I've never heard those records. Did you or Chris ever hear those records?
Yes, they're terrible. They're fucking terrible.
Yeah, I just knew they were bad. So
because that was the thing, like Pungent Stench went down that road, like way before these guys did. But that became like a weird subculture of metal, like that weird bondage thing.
Yep. And it was like Jenna Torturers, right?
Yeah, but like they weren't, but like death metal bands, which is weird.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
Like Pungent Stench was always just stupid, and like that was like something to expect. But wow, yeah, just this stuff just got really dumb. I don't know what they were thinking.
It's almost like I feel like some of these bands heard like they heard a record like Twin L Blood, and they thought, oh, we could do like stuff like this, and then they don't have like the right compositional vision to pull off like the bizarre. Like Twin L Blood is it's a weird, unique it almost doesn't work, but it works. You know what I mean?
The reason it works at the, I mean, depending on if you like Biogenesis or not, but I think it's because you've got Flo and Tim are two very, like, it seems like they're definitely the creative forces in the band. And you can tell they're like, this is my decision, well, this is mine. And they're like trying to almost like one up them each other on how fucking weird it's going to get. Like, we're going to do this song that sounds like an alternative rock song, but I'm still going to sing death metal vocals over the top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're going to
okay, whatever.
And cathedral and, you know, like weird stuff like.
Yeah.
So I guess, I don't know, like, is it weird for me to bring up, like, Biogenesis and Twin Ale Blood when we're talking about some of the weird decisions these Greek bands are making at this stage in, like, the mid to late 90s?
I think feel like Greek and Germany have, like, as far as their eccentricities as far as music's concerned, are always kind of, like, Germany is definitely more, let's see, I don't even know, like, the really the right word to use for it, but they're, like, so into certain things that most people aren't. They go like 110% in on certain things where, like, mass marketly, you look at this like, what are you doing? Like, this is just fucking weird. Like, that's why power metal is so fucking big in Germany.
Yeah.
It's like, it goes back to like the fucking ale houses or something, you know, back into, you know, medieval times or some shit. But
oh, sure. Yep. Yeah, no, there's something kind of weird there. There's, the sing-along sort of quality to it. You know?
But then, like, the super bondage stuff they get into, or just weird, I don't know. It's bizarre.
I think, like, folk music is a big deal there, because, like, the drinking songs in Germany kind of come out of, like, I hear a lot of folk in that sort of stuff.
Sure,
And, you know, like I brought up with Nightfall, kind of some folk kind of aspects with it. And you can even link it to, like, the whole, like, kind of Finnish, like, Viking kind of sing-along stuff that, like, I'm not really into, but, like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, the bands that really, like, take on the Viking thing, like, more than even Amon Amarth. They always play at, like, festivals, and it's like, I don't know, like
Sabaton and that kind of shit. Maybe
it's stuff like that, or Corpacani and some of, like, those weird, I don't know. It's just not my scene. I know,
but it's like it's like death metal, but like power metal.
Yeah, that's maybe what it is. And
with
for some
weird
reason,
folky shit, and kids fucking love it.
Yep. Not us though, but we don't. But I know it's.
I'm glad people like it, but it's not. That's not for me.
Yeah. So, anyways, we got quite a set here. So let's get into it. We've got Septic Flesh with Third Testament from Codex Omega, Septicemia from Sabbath Convention, Sleep of the Forgotten. Then we got a trio of Nightfall tunes, Crying Out the Fear Within from Prayed into Centuries, All My Love is Lost from Macabre Sunsets, and then Azure from Athenian Echoes. And then we'll come out with a tune from On Thorns I Lay, and we'll talk more about that band when we come back.
Step
Here we go.
That was On Thorns I Lay, A Sparrow Dances, from the Sounds of Beautiful Experience record. Then we had a trio of Nightfall tunes, Azure, All My Love Is Lost, and Crying Out the Fear Within, Septicemia with Sleep of the Forgotten, and then we started that epic set off with Third Testament from Septic Flesh. So, yeah, Septicemia, what is that all about, Mark? You said
that's blood poisoning caused by bacteria.
Yeah, I've heard of it before, obviously, happening, especially in, like, war, when you have, like, open wounds and things like that.
Yeah, I think my grandpa had it from, like, MRSA or something, too.
Oh, shit.
He's dead. He's fine.
Oh, okay. Yes. So now we arrive at another of the kind of powerhouse bands, I would say, along with Nightfall and Septic Flesh, probably the three that always stood out the most to me, at least kind of, maybe because their presence on Holy Records. That might be why I thought of them that way.
Yeah.
And that's On Thorns I Lay. And basically prior to becoming On Thorns I Lay, they were two other bands. They were a band called Paralysis that were formed in 92, and they had a demo called Beyond the Chaos. And then they changed their name into Phlebotomy. And
I like both those names better than On Thorns I Lay.
On Thorns I Lay, I agree. When they became Phlebotomy, they sort of started to add more kind of the Gothic synths into the mix. And then they put out a 7-inch called Dawn of Grief, which is like super indebted to like Sisters of Mercy. And then that leads them to their debut, Sounds of Beautiful Experience. The purple record, if you are a collector, this whole record is just like purple looking. And I'm trying to find my copy of it. Yeah, like the spine is purple, the cover is purple. Just everything about it was just like purple. Yeah. So I don't know. It says on the front of it, it's got a sticker. It says, Ex-Phlebotomy, atmospheric, voluptuous metal, enter their magical world of fantasy and dream.
Everything about this, like, just the words, I hate. I hate On Thorns I Lay. I hate A Sparrow's Dance. Sounds of Beautiful Experience. It sounds like a self-help book.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like a Tony Robbins kind of.
Oh, it's just, yeah. Come with me as we discuss the sounds of beautiful experience. Like,
magical fantasy and dream, Mark.
Wow.
Maybe you need to enter more of the magical worlds of fantasy.
I've got lots of magical, dreams, but man, this is just my nightmare. This is not.
Yeah. This is yeah.
This was never a band I liked at all, ever.
All right, I'll take the lead on these guys. That's okay.
I've got a lot of stuff to say about it, but nothing very good.
I want to hear it because I don't know. I never got into these guys as much. I remember seeing these records at New Moon, and I think Chris was like, "Yeah, you should check these out." And I think I picked up. Sounds of Beautiful Experience, and then I definitely remember buying Orama, which is their second record, which I actually like a lot better. I think if there's like. If there's a essential early On Thorns I Lay record, it's probably their second one. Mm-hmm. Sparrow Dances, I don't know. I just wrote, I did write voluptuous forward metal, whatever that is. Lots of atmosphere. It's kind of classical tinged. It's definitely got Gothic overtones. What
about the fucking reggae break in it?
Yeah, the break at the end is odd. It's very
a fucking
odd.
It's like Rush. It's like, what the fuck is going on out of nowhere?
It's a lot of ideas. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you pick up on, like, to me, the riff? I did like the warm kind of riffs for like the first 3.5 minutes. It reminded me of Celestial Season.
I put very Greek guitars.
Okay.
And I put comma. Here's exactly what I wrote. This is between listening to this and making a cabinet door. Very, very Greek guitars, comma, drum machine. Hate the vocals. Death vocals are okay.
Stefano's whispered vocals are not good. I don't like them.
No. And it was like they're really trying to be into the Pandemonium Celtic Frost for the vocals, but they're not very good. Then, then reggae, yuck.
Reggae. I don't know if I'd call it reggae, but let's go with it.
But it's like the break. It's a total reggae break at the end of it.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're trying to do, like I was talking about before, Nightfall, like a folky, like a Greek folk thing. I wonder if like we were to hear that like
It sounds like them trying to do
music.
like reggae through Rush or the Clash, not like knowing what reggae really is.
That's true. Yeah, like they heard the Clash doing reggae, and they're like, "Oh, let's do more of this." Yeah. It's like a third party. It's like people that, there was that fucking Crazy Town. All right. So what you get with Crazy Town when you hear a song like Butterfly is Crazy Town were guys who were doing a derivative of what they heard Limp Bizkit doing, which Limp Bizkit heard like Rage Against the Machine and Faith No More doing. So like I can forgive, even though I hate Limp Bizkit, because I think that they probably picked from the original sources. But like, there's something far worse about Crazy Town, because Crazy Town didn't even know what the original sources were. You know what I mean?
True.
Like they were just like, they were copying a copy of a copy, and it's like bad, because then they're just like, they're, I don't know. It's like those like third or fourth generation hair metal bands, like Trickster.
Yeah.
Like Trickster probably doesn't like know much about Black Sabbath. You know what I mean? Like,
no, not at all.
But they probably heard like a Van Halen record and they were like, yeah, this is cool. Like that's, I don't know. But anyways, I don't want to talk too much about Crazy Town or Trickster, because that could just be a whole podcast in and of itself.
Well, the reggae thing, it sounds like Spirit of the Radio, the break and Rush. The Rush song, Spirit of the Radio.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Concert hall. Yeah. Great song.
Yeah.
I always think of that song when I think of Freaks and Geeks, because there's that whole episode where Jason Segel is like playing like the drums on it, and he's in his garage. Do you remember that episode?
Yeah.
And he's killing it, and then they cut away from the Rush song to his dad walking in, and you hear what his drum solo sounds like, and it's absolute like dog shit. And so his dad like kicks him out of the house. It's like, stop fucking, it's rock and roll. So definitely that's going on. I don't know what else. Any other words of cabinetry that you had to say? I think you kind
Sparrow's Dance. That was all I got for Sparrow. That's the most I've wrote for any track for on Thorns, I think.
Yeah, I get it, because
Well, and one of the line I had in there, I was like, never really clicked with these guys. I was trying to be like nice about it, not just be a dick.
No,
I think give them the benefit of the doubt.
For some of the stuff, because I think they're a classic band that came in when all this stuff was, they came in and like they're sort of morphing their sound, and a lot of these bands by like 95, you look at like what the rest of the Greek bands are doing then, and it's not the most interesting stuff. So I think they're kind of locked into doing that. To me, what they do on the next record is like a little bit more interesting.
I would agree.
2 years later, Orama. This is sort of, it's like their color schemes on their records are really interesting. The sort of turquoise on this is really pretty fascinating. It's like it sticks out, like it, it kind of jumps out to you, kind of like the pink we talked about, like Deaf Heaven or whatever. Like it just looks different. But like the whole record's kind of a theme record about Atlantis, and so there's like a weird, I don't even know how to describe it, but you know it when you hear it, like an underwater guitar tone. It's very aqueous. I don't know. That's like the word I kind of wrote down. And maybe that's because I knew it was about Atlantis, but I can kind of hear it in the sounds of what they're doing on this record.
Are you talking about the song Aura?
Yeah. To me, it's got like the right balance of sort of death doom for them at this point. But I don't know. What did you write about this?
Well, I put the first one very short, not even a sentence. Pyogenesis meets Led Zeppelin, as far as the guttural death metal vocals with like a kind of immigrant song style riff. And then I said mid break with a hi-hat shuffle is great, I think.
Yeah.
And then production is bonkers. Keyboards are cheesy.
I wrote the keyboards create like a kaleidoscopy feel, and that might work for some people, it might not. But it's they do return at the end of that song with like a cool, like thrashy, triumphant sort of riff, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. But I did write Pyogenesis down. I said it has like a Pyogenesis or like a moon spell kind of oddness to it.
It reminds me of like the on the Beauty and Darkness comp, they did Pyogenesis did Symbol of Disgrace, which was like their last full death metal song.
Yeah.
That's what this kind of reminds me of, like, where it's just full out. I fucking love that. I still have that CD just because I love that one song.
Well, it's got that comp. If we were going to do like that's an interesting comp. It's got a great Hypocrisy song. It's got Moonshield from In Flames. Like when that came out, that was a pretty killer comp.
We could definitely, because we do.
We've done a couple comps. We did War Comp and Projections of a Stained Mind. So
did we not do the one from Century Media?
No, that would be a fun one to do. We could like compare those two.
I think we should do that. Yeah, definitely do that. And then whatever I can't think what the hell that one's called. But do a Beauty and Darkness, at least Volume 1, and end it there.
I don't think I've ever heard Volume 2, I'll be honest with you. So
it got real bad.
Okay,
yeah.
I imagine. The one thing I kind of pointed out that I heard in Sparrow Dances that I didn't hear here is that in the thing about the guitar production in Sounds of Beautiful Experience is really thin. And to me, like on Aura, it's like fuller. It's got like a little bit more groove to it. It's a little catchier in certain ways. It's got like that kind of Rotting Christ kind of like mid-pace kind of mechanized kind of groove sort of going on in it and stuff. So yeah, it's a fun record. You know, if you're gonna get one out of these early on Thorns, this is probably the one that's consistent. There's a lot of good songs on it. I'm not saying I pull this record out very often, but when I revisited this stuff, it kind of held up the best. And then we arrive at the one that Mark and I are going to disagree on probably a lot, and that's okay. And that's Crystal Tears.
Well, first of all, the cover it's another one of those like decapitated tit.
This is your
with
favorite
some textured things. So yeah,
this has Mark's name written all over.
What's the demon one with the chick with her tits?
Spiritual Black Dimensions.
Okay, that's what.
Yep.
There was countless chick tit covers at this point. There's
Napalm Records and Holy Records, is where you went to find boobs, So
yeah, the Theater Tragedy I think had the Velvet Darkness They Fear had tits.
That did have boobs on it. Yes.
Purple and tits equals goth. Yeah,
there it is, man. That's what it's all about. That's why I live for music. So. But we're gonna play the title track from Crystal Tears. You mentioned Theater Tragedy. I think they're probably a touchstone band at this stage in the game.
They're German, right?
Theater of Tragedy, yeah, they were German.
Okay.
Yep. Again, that connection between this weird German-Greek kind of thing, sort of that you kind of notice here. What jumps out to you? I mean, what do you have to say
for Crystal Tears?
Yeah, sure.
Here's my verbatim what I wrote. I put ugh. Dot. Bad chick vocals. Cliches upon cliches. Bad exclamation point. What does this say? Stand by. I don't know what that even says. I put teenage, deep in quotes, romantic thoughts. Fucking stupid.
Yeah. The lyrics on this record are famously bad. They're not good.
And I can't speak Greek at all, so I mean, hats off to these guys for knowing another language.
Yeah, but yeah, they abandon on this song. If you're not familiar with On Thorns I Lay, they're going to abandon all the kind of most of the death metal elements that you heard on Orama and go kind of full on kind of gothic. It's a pretty radical change. I would disagree with Mark on one thing. I actually think that Marcella Burajana, that's the female, I like her voice. I think it's
okay, but it's not. There's nothing different about it.
It's cliche. It's very cliche. No, I don't disagree with you there. I think she's the star of the record. I think the male vocals, they don't work.
They're bad. She's a good vocalist. It's just not like after hearing the entire extent of this kind of genre or subgenre, she doesn't stand out to me. But there's nothing wrong with her delivery. Yeah,
I think she's probably for you. If I'm gonna speak for you, it's almost like guilt by association. You're just kind of like don't care about the scene and what this sort of music is, but I think she's good. I think the viola playing is pretty killer. Like that's my favorite part of this record is that they do something that I really had only heard Bride do really, really well in terms of integrating that aspect into the record in an organic way, not like that's an actual viola player. It's not like keyboards playing that part, so I'll give them credit for that. But to me, it's like, this is the end of the line for me with this band, at least in this era. I dug this record, but that's because it was 1999, and it was like appropriate to be okay with that.
Well, it was new at that point.
And this is also before I think you and I start hanging out right as this record came out. I think this is when I think I brought you kind of back into the fold of like Eclipse and all that kind of stuff at the record store.
Yeah.
So like I was very much influenced by Chris, and Chris was way more into like I think some of this gothic kind of metal stuff than you were, and so you guys are like the counterweights, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think I was into theater tragedy and some of this on Thorns I Lay stuff more then, but it's now that I've spent so much time with you, like I completely see that perspective of why this stuff doesn't work very well, you know? So it's
just it's purely just comes down to taste, but
sure, but you're not wrong. Like some stuff ages well and some stuff doesn't, you know. But there's a happy ending to this story because this band, kind of out of nowhere, just like probably about a month ago, maybe, or even less, Chris, I think, knew we were doing some stuff with the Greek stuff, and he kind of texted me and he said, "Dude, have you heard like the new On Thorns I Lay?" And I was like, "No, I didn't even know they were, you know, like still putting out music or, you know, anything like that."
Yeah.
And he goes, "It's actually pretty awesome." And he sent me the video clip for the Song of Sirens. And the new record is called Threnos, and it's on Life Force Records, which is kind of interesting. German label.
I didn't know they were still around.
Yeah, Life Force. They used to put out like pretty okay.
Was that like Heaven Shall Burn and some of that shit came out on originally?
Stuff. Yeah, Caliban. You know,
yeah.
Those records were pretty decent.
Like more like death metal inspired
metal
hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And so that kind of led me on the path to like checking out more of their stuff. And I went back to the record prior to this, which we actually had to cut a tune from just for time's sake. But it's called Aegean Sorrow. So Aegean Sea is the Greek sea there. And it's great. It's like a comeback record. And I was like, whoa. And I don't know what they did in between from 99 to 2018. I haven't heard any of that stuff. I don't think they did a lot. And if they did, I don't think it was super quality. But I can tell you that the stuff from Aegean Sorrow and from Threnos is pretty badass.
I put Epic Doom Death Good.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
Yeah, it's melodic, atmospheric, gothic doom. There's, you know, like fantastic breaks in the middle. There's remnants of Rapture, Saturnus, November's Doom, Swallow the Sun, like all of those kind of, if you like that kind of stuff, like this comes out of nowhere kind of in a weird way. Like you heard the potential on Orama, but like they didn't have the focus or whatever. Like they were too caught up in like the trends of Greece. And I think now that most of that kind of gothic metal stuff is, I don't say died away, but it's like compartmentalized. It's its own like weird scene that's separate from everything else now, you know. Like I don't know anyone that listens to like that stuff, but I know it's huge. It's just not part of the stuff we listen to anymore, you know.
No, and I know it's not like, I mean, there's like that God, what is it, the what's that Finnish band that's with a female singer that's huge? Nightwish.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole subgenre of that I don't even know what any of that shit is, but it's probably more popular and makes more money than, that's what made, I think what made Napalm Records be able to like sign Satyricon and Candlemass.
I think the other big band was like, that's like Nightwish is like Epica, you know. Some of those
I've never heard one of their
I don't know
heard
anything
one of their songs or anything, but man, it seems like something really hit a, like European people must just love that shit, because I don't know anybody here that listens to that shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's weird. Yeah, it's definitely, having lived in Europe a couple times, it's definitely like in Italy. Italians love Nightwish. Like there's kind of like a fruity, I don't know what the word would be. It's
bombastic, and
it is bombastic. You know, Italians love opera. They love kind of like, they're very loud in their kind of, and I think the Greeks are similar. And I think those bands probably play really well in some of those kind of Mediterranean countries for whatever odd reasons, you know.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to like these more, I mean, you know, traditions that are much older than anything we have here at all. These are like ancient super cultures.
Yep. But there's not much female vocal stuff really happening that I've detected on these newer records. You know, there's like riffs. There's a riff and a sound on it's a song called Olethros that we didn't get a chance to play, but I think Mark heard it too.
Yeah, I think I wrote something about it.
Yeah, it's off Aegean Sorrow. That sounds like the same riff as Forever People from My Dying Bride, like As the Flower Withers. You know, like that's the kind of stuff that they're starting to tap into. Now, Mark, here's what's going to blow your mind. Do you have any guesses as to who recorded and produced this new 2020 Threenos on Thorns I Lay? Any guesses?
Who produced it? Is it a known producer, or is it a musician?
Oh yeah. Okay. I think this is going to tell you, I think, where their priorities are now that they're like locked in for like something kind of badass.
Oh God, I have no idea.
Dan Swano.
No shit. He doesn't really do a ton. He's more of a does mastering and stuff right now.
So I think that tells you, like, that gave me some hope that I think these guys have found like a second life, and I think they're the real deal, because I don't think Swano would like really waste his time, you know. So yeah, I think, you know, if you don't dig some of the stuff that you heard there with Sparrow dances prior, and then with Crystal Tears, just stick around for the Song of Sirens, because I think you'll really dig that song. It's awesome. It's like a My Dying Bride kind of, you know. It's
good old classic death doom, yeah.
Yeah, Saturnus. That was a band that really grabbed me. I was like, oh, okay, man. I haven't heard anything that kind of rubbed me the way that, like, Saturnus is such a weird. It's its own thing, but like it fits in that scene. But they were like kind of just, it was like a different sound because they were from Denmark, you know. But
yeah.
So then we arrive at Elysian Fields, and this is a record that I feel like, Mark, you knew really well, because I think you had piles of these sitting at your house, right?
I sure did. I had I had at least 20.
Okay, all right.
But I got them. Yeah, I got them without the cases, so I had to find procure cases and then put them together. And I sold them on Horizon's Edge distribution, my very short-lived mail order business.
Yeah, it was on Unisound, the band called Elysian Fields. I didn't go past their second record. I think
I never made it past the first one.
I think I did hear some stuff. I actually ended up buying the second record, the We the Enlightened. It's pretty good, actually. I was surprised. I was like, oh, you know, I listened to some songs around Christmas, and it's on Wicked World, that sub-label.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Wasn't like Carnal Forge on that? And
that's like a Century Media sub-label, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it Earache sub-label?
Is it?
Yeah, it's an Earache sub-label. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Fuck, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I forgot that whole label existed.
Yeah, because Earache that was the same time they're doing all that Power Violence shit too.
Okay.
So they were starting to like do sub-labels. I think that's their first sub-labels they did since like Necrosis or something.
Yeah, it's number 2 on the Wicked World. So it was one of the first releases on that sub-label. But what are your thoughts on Elysian Fields? Well,
I haven't listened to Elysian Fields since every 10 years I'll go back and listen to maybe one track because the name comes up.
Sure.
A lot of it came down to the fact that it was like, oh, this is something that I was like in the know when it was happening, so I gave it more credence than it probably deserved.
Yeah.
But going back and listening to it, I was like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. I probably won't listen to it until another 10 years down the road, but it's like Into the Pandemonium meets Old Anathema.
Yep.
And I put like, it sounds like a Wrong Against Records band that wasn't really as good as they could have been.
Yeah, or like a third tier Peaceful band or something.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. They used to be known as Desulfurize.
That's quite a. I think that. Wow.
Yeah,
Dismemberizer.
Yeah, exactly. And then they obviously start doing the more symphonic doom, a little bit of black metal riffage. You can hear, especially I think in the second song we'll play from them.
Yeah, there's Naglfar isms in that second one.
Oh, for sure, total Naglfar. But yeah, they're bathed in Peaceful 3, especially Anathema. That's the band I wrote. There's a lot of Candlemass riffing too.
Yeah, which I didn't realize that how much Anathema took from Candlemass.
Yeah, they and Paradise, really all those bands kind of really loved all that sort of stuff. But the song we're going to play, Eye of Forever, yeah, it's got the Celtic Frost Anathema opening before the drums come in. And let's talk about the drums for a second, because this is
George?
This is George. Yeah, this is like
George the drum machine.
This is one of those songs where I think you or Chris would like played it for me the first time. I think you like would fuck with people, he'd be like, dude, you gotta hear this drummer, it's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's like an epic like minute and a half like kind of intro before like the drums really kick in, and then it's just like, it's stupid. It sounds like Daniel from Eucharist, but it just doesn't like sound organic in any kind of way.
Well, and listen to it in 2020, it was like, that's not that big a deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I know real players that could play this, but way more interesting.
Yes, absolutely. But back in like 95, 96 when this
it was insane.
Yeah, crazy. So yeah, they're an interesting band, but I don't have a lot of notes on them. I don't really know what kind of has become of them. I don't think they're around anymore. But again, I'd have to go and check on the metal site. Metallium.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, so we have a pair of tunes to sort of kind of play. The Eye of Forever from their debut Adelaine, and then they put out this second record, We the Enlightened, in '98, and that's the song that Mark and I were kind of talking about that has like kind of a cool My Dying Bride meets Naglfar, kind of some tremola, kind of doom stuff.
And at the very end, it does a Riding Christ riff.
Yeah. So they go back to their Greek roots for sure. So, but let's get into it. So let's finish up on Thorns I Lay. We've got Aura from the Orama record. Then we have the notorious Crystal Tears from Crystal Tears in '99. Then we jump ahead 21 years to the Song of Siren. Isn't that crazy? 21 years. Wow.
Damn.
To off of Thranos, and then we have the pair of tunes, Eye of Forever and Shall They Come Forth Unto Us from We the Enlightened.
nameless birth of you. Therefore, the guilty innocent of weird substance and darkness. Amongst the forest, on the strange stars, in the cemetery. You're in the clouds. It'll be all wrong.
That was Shall They Come Forth Unto Us from Elysian Fields, Eye of Forever from Elysian Fields, and we had a trio of On Thorns I Lay tunes, the Song of Sirens, the newest one, and then Crystal Tears, and we started the whole set off with Aura from Orama. And so, yeah, we're kind of getting near the end. We've got a couple more talk sets, but hopefully they won't be as long as these last couple have been. But, hey, you know what? It's quarantine time. We're just giving you more. Mark and I can't physically see each other, so we just got to talk a lot. So it is. Yeah,
I've only talked to my wife, you, my mom, and my dad since this is I actually talked. I've texted with other people, but this is the only talking I get.
If it hadn't be for the fact that my we just had a staff meeting today with my fellow teachers and stuff, so that was kind of odd to talk to people I haven't seen for 3 weeks again. But other than that, it's living alone in my house. I can go days where I just I maybe say stuff to maybe my cat, but there's probably days where I don't even really open my mouth and I don't even think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really strange. So it's weird, man. Weird times. So we kind of closed the book on both those bands. And so really our last couple bands that we're going to look at, one is sort of part of, I think, the original sort of classic cycle of these bands. But they're a band that I didn't really know much about. I had heard their name, but I didn't know about them in the way that I sort of knew about Elysian Fields, On Thorns, Nightfall, Septic Flesh. And that's Horrified. Do you remember anything about these guys from the early 90s?
No.
Or were they just maybe hard to track down, perhaps? Maybe they just...
I don't know. Do you know what labels they're on?
I know that the stuff I have, the only thing I could find, the first full length that they put out in 1993 is called In the Garden of the Unearthly Delights. And
it's on Black Power Records.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I have it on Black Lotus Records right now.
Okay.
So,
well, this is also, I'm on Metallium right now.
Oh, cool. Good.
And it said the format, it was a 12-inch LP, 500 copies.
Got it.
I don't even know if there was another version. Let me see other versions. Yeah, there's a CD. So yours is from 2005. They must have changed Black Power to Black Lotus Records.
That's probably better.
Nothing wrong with Black Power, but it doesn't have anything to do with
weird connotations.
Greek.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I don't.
It feels like an underground funk band. That's one thing, but
yeah, I know
this is weird.
But yeah, so they've been around forever. They put out Prophecy of Gore demo in 1990, and on that demo, I listened to some stuff from it. Weird kind of horror synths and a lot of weird twisted lead guitars. So they're already kind of starting to play with some kind of weird kind of things happening there. And then you get to the EP, which we're going to hear a song from. We're going to hear the title track from, Eternal War. Comes out in 91. And the thing I wrote
Eternal
about
God?
That, is that what I said? Eternal God. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Eternal War is a Bolt Thrower song.
Yes. Well, it's funny because what I wrote is it sounds like Bolt Thrower if they kind of met up with Gregor McIntosh playing Paradise-style leads, but trying to do more atmospheric death.
Okay, I put Old Dead Sanity meets My Dying Bride with Greg leads.
There you go. So the Greg leads are...
Also with Verathron and Riding Christ chugs.
Yep, I can definitely hear that for sure.
But this is the one I think that I was... that's the song we're going to be talking about in a minute, so yeah, whatever.
Oh, Eternal God?
I know Down at the Valley of the Great Encounter. I have something to say about that, but that's a couple songs down.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to it for sure. Yeah, that's so yeah, they put out the Eternal God EP in 91, and like I said, it's got it hits a lot of the things that I think are pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I hear some Bolt Thrower, I hear some Paradise Lost. You heard My Dying Bride. I even hear a little bit of Pyogenesis in some of the stuff that they're doing there too, especially early Pyogenesis, when they were still doing kind of death doom stuff.
Yeah.
And then they put out another EP a year later, and you can get all of this stuff collected on In the Garden of Unearthly Delights. And they put out Ancient Whisper of Wisdom, and the song we're going to hear from that is called Astral Submersion. And this is bathed in peaceful, catatonia tonality in terms of like the riffs and the leads. A lot of Gothenburg kind of melodies. And they use some female vocals on this song, which I think predicts kind of like the theater tragedy kind of movement that's going to come a few years later. I'm not saying that theater tragedy stole it from Horrified, but I think like they're onto something with this, and it doesn't. I don't hate it here as much as like maybe I hate it a few years later with some of the other bands, because I think the riffs are so cool. But
yeah,
you can definitely hear where like they're moving very quickly away from, you know, the bolt thrower, whatever the stuff we heard on the previous song. So within a year, they're already kind of like changing. And this is really before Septic Flesh was even kind of like a heavy presence. So like Horrified's kind of out the gate as one of the early kind of bands of this sort of Greek death metal scene. What'd you say about the second tune, Astral Submersion? Anything kind of jump out?
I think Gothic had a big effect on this.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Paradise Lost for sure.
But really, that whole like female singing thing, like Counterpoint, it was done on Celtic Frost in the Pandemonium.
Yeah,
and then
Gothic,
and then was that the next? That's the next thing. Is just it went from Into the Pandemonium to Gothic.
I think for me, I'm sure we're missing something, but like in terms of like impactful metal records, I think those
and that like direct, like, you know, it's not like some weird, you know, thing that's not necessarily metal, but like absolute metal bands.
I was going to say there's a direct line from Celtic Frost to Paradise Lost.
Yeah. But then Paradise Lost opened it up in a weird way where it's just like, holy shit. And then everybody kind of...
Yeah. I think Paradise Lost is kind of like the Rage Against the Machine of like Gothic metal. You know what I mean? Like they take some of the blame, even though they're kind of like ahead of the curve. You know what I mean?
When they really only did it a couple times too, but those couple songs made an entire subgenre.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
That's how you know, like a record is like that impactful. You know, like to me, it's like it's the reason why, in some ways, you know, Rain and Blood has more influence than say like Master of Puppets, even though like maybe Masters is like a commercially better record. It's just like the children of that Rain and Blood are so like pronounced everywhere in so many different genres, you know. Even like Bathory, you know, it's like there's these like kind of core records that just had so much I mean, Slaughter of the Soul, it's not my favorite at the gates, but like the influence it's had is just like pronounced, you know. It's like
it's uneven known like how much it's really like without those records everything would be different.
yeah it's pretty crazy. So
I was just listening to like Bathory Bloodfire Death. Like, that record is so fucking good. And so predictive of so many different things. And it was like, at its time, nothing else was even close to sounding like that.
No.
And it was completely doing this whole thing.
I just finished that Bathory chapter in the Bloodfire Death book. I learned some stuff about Bathory from that I wasn't really aware of. I guess I didn't realize how much he really hated Norwegian black metal and all the black metal stuff. Like he really, I think he hated the fact that he took like people connected him to that, you know?
Yeah, the negativity of it.
Yeah, and just like it just wasn't like him. You know, he was so over whatever sound he was sort of creating in the like mid to late 80s that by the time he got to Bloodfire Death, you know, he just, I don't know. So, but yeah, it was kind of interesting. That like the whole part about like him, no one knowing that Boss was his dad, like the whole time they him and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a cool book if you haven't checked it out. I know you have, but if our fans haven't,
I really like how they approach the, like, most books about extreme metal don't really have like a high concept or whatever, but it's kind of interesting how they're like going through the entire Swedish, you know, scene through a couple different bands.
Yep.
Like I like that, as like limiting it down, and like it makes it more digestible. It's not like this 5,000 page tome of everything. It's like, here's the important stuff, the touchstone bands.
For sure. Yeah. And I think like, you know, there's some books that like tend to be like encyclopedic, and then there's some that like have like a cool narrative sort of, you know, flow to them. And this one kind of does it. So
yeah.
And then we get to their full length, In the Garden of Unearthly Delights.
Also a Cathedral record.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder if I'm sure Cathedral was aware that Horrified were a band, but I'm sure they weren't really like running in the same circles.
No.
Down in the Valley of the Great Encounter is the tune.
This is the one I've got some good stuff on.
All right.
Because this is what I thought was something else where I misquoted earlier. This is the one that starts out with where it's like sounds like the Terminator, the dun 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 dun, and then goes into the Conan the Barbarian, the Schwarzenegger, John Milius theme.
Melodic galloping riffs.
Yeah, and then goes into a Morpheus.
Yep.
And it's like, this is crazy, not pretentious. Going all in, not being deep. It's like a D&D game.
Yeah.
In like the best possible way. It was like, I just fucking love this when I heard it.
I was, like this whole record, In the Garden of Unearthly Delights, like some of the things, I know you probably haven't heard the record, but you can borrow it from me. There's a lot of acoustic interludes. There's flutes. There's female vocals. It's killer harmonies. There's 4 instrumentals on the record.
Nice.
It's sort of mixed like a doom metal record. It's like Candlemass if it was mixed with like lower mid range.
Okay.
It's just a really strange record. It's got programmed drums.
You've got the CD of this?
Yeah.
You should throw it up on the Dropbox link.
I will, yeah, and it's got the Eternal God EP and the Ancient Whisper of Wisdom EPs as bonus tracks on it too, which are
nice.
Pretty cool. There's another tune from Eternal God called Altars of the Abyss that's like, if we had more time, like awesome. Horrified's why we do shows like this. Like, we do shows like this sometimes, like, it helped me like rediscover that I liked certain parts of Septic Flesh, and I really like especially newer stuff. I was like, okay, this stuff still holds up. It got me to re-explore. Like, I wouldn't have discovered probably on Thorns I Lay's new stuff without a show like this. But like Horrified's like really like shit. Like reading about them, then tracking them down, and then all of a sudden like, fuck, this is like great. You know what I mean? Like, like not all the songs are great, but like enough of it's like cool. Like this is like right in my wheelhouse, right? Like think of the bands we just all named, Paradise Lost, Bolt Thrower, Pyogenesis, that's just like My Dying Bride. Like they're hitting all that kind of good stuff there.
You found them at, like it's cool discovering them at like it's good they didn't go on because they have this weird little time capsule of like they tried all this shit, but they didn't. There's people that try stuff that, like, you can tell it's genuine. Like, they're not trying to, like, be deep or, like, whatever it might be. Like, they're into it, and it comes across.
Yeah, these guys are fans of metal bands, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're endeared, In the same way you hear in, like, especially the early Rotting Christ, where you just hear a band that's, like, just full of, like, awesome ideas, and they're just like throwing a lot of stuff out there. And early Verathron, which we'll talk about in a future episode, where you're just like, man, this is just fucking, they're just into it. Like everything they're doing is like weird and cool and like full of like vigor, and it's just,
they're not like self-conscious about like what they're trying to be. They're just doing it's awesome.
Yeah, the tonal changes alone in that song are just crazy. I mean, you went through most of them, but yeah, it's just like female vocal, acoustic stuff going on. It's pretty wild. So you guys will enjoy this kind of trio of Horrified songs that we've got. And then to sort of round out this kind of last full set, a band that didn't really emerge. They were in the scene in 91, but they didn't offer up their debut until 96. So they're kind of late to the game probably, which is probably why they, don't have the impact that some of those other bands did. Yeah. And that's Obsecration. And they're kind of, I just wrote stereotypical kind of doom death metal with Greek keyboards and some goth infusion. Well,
I mean, the title of the song, Horror in the Gothic Genie's Grave, is fantastic. And I put my notes, I put that, and I in quotes, it has ESL with a thumbs up. And because no person that spoke English as a first language would ever come up with that song title. It's fantastic. And then it's more crazy, exclamation point, kitchen sink like old Therion with Nocturnus.
Okay. Ooh, I like that.
I dug that.
Listen to the main riff, all right, especially like at the 130 mark, to me sounds like, work with me here, it sounds like the Greek Hellenic version of Death Angel Board.
Like, I can see that.
Like that riff, whatever that riff is in Board, that's just like catchy as shit. Like it's just kind of like, it works for me. And then or like a kind of a churning, almost like a late era bolt thrower riff too.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, just like an earworm.
Yeah, it's fun. It's just cool, you know. So name of the record's Inheritors of Pain. It's good stuff. So let's get into it. We've got a trio of tunes from Horrified. We've got Eternal God, Astral Submersion, and then Down at the Valley of the Great Encounter, and then the aforementioned Obsecration with Horror in the Gothic Genie's Grave. So enjoy. That was Horror in the Gothic Genie's Grave from Obsecration. Then we had Down at the Valley of the Great Encounter, Astral Submersion, and Eternal God from Horrified. So we're kind of closing shop here, and a couple bands I just wanted to sort of point out, because there's other bands of this, kind of this era, I guess. And really, in a way, I think Chris was right with what we said at the very beginning. Hellenic death metal, in a sense, really only exists from like 1990 to 96. And then it becomes something else. And now a lot of bands have like either returned to their roots or there's like a new generation. And I don't know all the bands from the new generation. There's one band that we probably could have fit in called Exhumation.
They're not. There was. It might be a different band, but Exhumation was a band that I was getting demos from in like the early 90s, mid 90s.
Yeah. They put out their debut, I think, in 96 or 97. So
I would have had the demo in like 95 or something, so that makes sense.
Pretty melodic.
They were good.
Death, kind of like later death stuff, like symbolic, individual thought patterns, some of that kind of stuff going on. There's kind of interesting. I'll share this with you because I should have shared this earlier, but I didn't know whether to save this for this episode or the black metal episode. But this is kind of in the Rotting Christ book. There is a section where they list all of the bands that record it at Storm Studio and all the records that came out there. And I thought this was kind of interesting to share. So in 91, you had the Eternal God Horrified is recorded there, and their Prophecy of Gore. 93, you've got Nightfall, Macabre Sunset is recorded there, and then a 7-inch that Nightfall does. Then a 7-inch from Obsecration that we just listened to. I'm skipping all the black metal stuff. I'm just kind of going through some of the things that sort of jump out that are more fit for this episode. Then you've got in 94 Obsecration, The Inheritors of Pain. You've got Mystic Places of Dawn from Septic Flesh. Then the next year you've got Sounds of Beautiful Experience from On Thorns I Lay. Then you've got Septic Flesh's second record. Then you've got Adelaine from Elysian Fields. 96, you keep going. And so it's pretty wild that a lot of the records that we've been talking about on this kind of came out from that studio, so like you said, Morris Sound or the stuff Skogsberg did. In terms
Sunlight
of
or God, who was the dude we just talked about a little while ago that did Slaughter of the Soul? Studio Friedman.
Studio Friedman. So Storm, that label, or not that label, but that studio was so kind of formative to this. But Exclamation. There's another band called Divisor. They put out a record called Unspeakable Cults. Chris mentioned that now there's kind of like newer stuff that like I'm not as aware of, but he said that we should probably mention Suicidal Angels. They are, I guess, quite big in Greece. Pretty thrashy, he said.
Do they name themselves after the Dark Tranquility EP?
Perhaps they might have. Perhaps. Sacral Rage. They're kind of more tech kind of death stuff. Okay. And he said that the most popular death metal band now in Greece is a band called Dead Congregation.
I've heard it. I've heard a lot of like positive shit about them, but I've never even bothered to look.
Yeah, maybe I should have looked at them. I
think they're kind of big. I hear their name a lot, even by people that aren't like huge, like insider death metal people.
And so, I mean, we mainly focus on kind of the 90s bands. That was kind of the goal here, but maybe we'll tack it on at the end as like a bonus or something like that, or I'll put it up on the Patreon site for people to sort of check out.
Or wait for another 10 years and we'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. I just didn't know much about them, and all the research I was doing, their name didn't come up, probably because they're so new. You know what I mean? So
they started in 2004. I thought they were from like the West Coast. I didn't know they were from Greece.
Yeah, so I'm pleading complete utter ignorance. So if you're a huge fan of them, like, I apologize. It just didn't fall into the kind of narrative of what we were kind of trying to do here. So,
we can't be exhaustive. We only do what we can,
Yeah, we tried to hit on everything. Although the next band we're going to play is kind of a newer band, and originally I probably wouldn't have stumbled on them if I was only doing research for death metal. But where I came across Spectral Lore is, I think some of their early stuff. gets kind of more camped into, I guess, black metal. And so when I was doing research for the black metal episode, I came across this band Spectral Lore. And by the time you get to this record that we're going to end with, which is a record called 3, their third record, it's a double record. It's split up. It was put out in 2014, and they put out their first record. It's one guy doing all this, which makes it even more kind of fucking amazing. His name is Ilos.
It makes sense. After I heard it, I was like, I really dig this. And I was like, this has got to be just a single guy project. Just like that, like that Funeral Presence and shit. Like there's certain band, or like, you know, Funeral Mist, when you hear certain bands, you're like, this is just one person doing this shit.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, like the vision of, like, you know, like Diabolical Masquerade, we brought them up earlier. But, you know, something kind of off the rails. You know, they put out their first record, 1 in 2006 and then 2 in 2007. They're decent, but they're not, like, transformative. And it's really 2012 Sentinel, which I'm still trying to track down, that they really start to get, like, fucking, like, awesome. Mm-hmm. And by the time you get to, like, 3, you got this double record. Record 1's called Singularity, and record 2's called Eternity, Spiral Starts. So it's kind of a concept record in a way. And, like, I don't know. I'll read you what I wrote, and then you can kind of go from what you wrote, because you really love this well. And I've been into this for the last several months. I wrote Transcendent. It's upbeat and triumphant at times. It's proggy at times, but not like in a aggressively annoying way. It's progressive in that it's like kind of dissonant with some of the things they're doing. That's probably the black metal elements that still sort of exist. Lots of arpeggios. It's got some kind of doom elements. I wrote, in a lot of ways, to me, it reminds me of the Hellenic Opeth Still Life record, if they were doing more of like a black metal record. Okay. It just kind of has that sort of like gravitas to it in a way. You know, the Spiral Fountain, like the lyrics in this, like a breath formed into the atmosphere, rained down into the oceans, was led into a little stream that fed a spiral fountain. From there, drops of ocean blood fell down into the ground and mixed with the earth, forming patterns from chaos born. A child full of wonder arose, destined to walk the gardens of Eden, uncertainty its parting present, potency its destiny, a manifest of cosmic will. Like, it's not... They're doing something, I think, different with this music that's like kind of above and beyond. I mean, that's just the beginning. It gets into like primordial molecules and like weird fountains of youth, philosophical kind of stuff. You know, incredible riffs. The bass playing, drum interplay is really fucking amazing, especially near the end. I mean, I wrote, like, it's the kind of thing you could conceive of like Isan kind of putting together, you know? Mm-hmm. It's just kind of weird. I don't know what you're a little bit newer to this band, so what did you grab from them?
I put my notes are. I also use the word triumphant.
Okay. Yeah.
I put my takeaway was Gothenburg by way of Greece. I didn't get as much black metal. I don't think it made me think of like early Gothenburg stuff.
Okay, and maybe it's because I knew they came from like black metal roots, so that was in the back of my mind probably.
I knew nothing about them, so that was like first blush is just like, this sounds like almost like, you know, they would have been like a At the Gates-ish contemporary or something, those kind of riffs.
I would say black metal in the way that maybe Unanimated or Naglfar are considered sort of black metal, but not. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they're kind of blackened. You know, there's a little bit of blackenness, but by the time you get to this record, it's very triumphant and not black. You know, that's the thing. Yeah. Like the lyrics are not black metal at all. You know, so maybe
that's sometimes it's nice to just to come at these just by hearing a song, you know, first blush without knowing anything about them.
Yeah, no, because I think you're spot on with the Gothenburg sort of stuff. It's there. Yep.
It's like you don't hear that much of that type of sound that much anymore. That sounds. It doesn't sound like repetitive or like redundant. It sounds like they both were like, you know, kind of drinking from the same well. It wasn't trying to like ape any certain sound or anything.
Well, and it's tough too to like this is a 10.5 minute long song, and it's like interesting.
Yeah,
you know, like I've never.
Well, it's like not even though they have one of the same words. Do you know Spectral Voice?
Yeah, they're great.
That has that same type of like kind of long and ponderous, but like still like very interesting somehow. Sure. And that's the same. That's another like one guy thing.
Yeah, they've got a new record that just came out. I think it's a split with a band. They're out of Oregon called Mary Cognitum, and they're also on the same record, or the same label. I'm sorry, I Voidhanger. Yeah, it's another one-man band. So I think they just put out like a split.
Those one-man bands are notorious for putting out like so many splits.
yeah, that's pretty wild. But yeah, it just came out. Decibel just like promoted it about a month ago. They have a song called "The Paradox of Harmony and Strife."
The Spectral Lore or Spectral Voice?
The Mary Cognitium, which is this Oregon one-man band that just put out a split with Spectral Lore. So Spectral Lore is like their latest thing is this sort of split. Yeah, so nice. In 2020, Jacob, who is the main guy from this Mari Cognitium, he's back again with his comrade Ilos from the Great Spectral Lore with a new split album called Wanderers, Astrology of the Nine, which is inspired by Gustav Holst's The Planets.
Nice.
So they're doing, like you said, they're doing like kind of weird things. There's a great interview for people out there, and I got to see if maybe I'll link people to it. There is this incredible interview with the guy from Spectral Lore, and I thought I had it saved in my phone. I'm kind of scrolling through as I do this, but he was kind of laying to waste a lot of the kind of fashy sort of stuff that was going on in black metal, and it was a really intelligent, really kind of cool interview, because at one point the interviewer sort of like tries to pin on him like that he like may have run in circles back with like bands or that because they entertain some kind of black metal elements that somehow they're linked to it. Yeah. And this Ilos guy, he disarms this interviewer so amazingly, like calls him out, like it's really brilliant and really like logical. It's like a philosopher just like destroying like an idiot. And
that's great.
If I can find the interview, I'll share it with you. But it's fun. I closed the thing on my phone. But anyways, kind of an interesting, epic way to sort of end things, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so hopefully you enjoyed our part 2. It's a lot, with this Hellenic metal thing. I think Rotting Christ part 3 will be a little bit more streamlined because it's very focused just on one band, and we've already done the backstory. But there's a lot to unpack here, a lot of different bands, and trying to pull together the movement and show connections and things like that. But
it's funny, after sorry to interrupt you, but
you're fine.
After doing like the 2-part. Or we haven't done the second part of the Rotting Christ yet as recording of this, but it's funny that like Rotting Christ was like the entry point, but I think Verathron might be more interesting.
I got done telling you, I think like at least like newer Verathron stuff like I like more than like Yeah, it will be kind of interesting when we get to that black metal episode, because I had the same feelings. Like I like them as much as Rotting Christ in some ways. Now they had the advantage of taking like a lot of years off. You know what I mean?
True.
And so, but whatever works for you, I guess. So, but yeah, we'll definitely get into that, because I think I have some thoughts on that as well. So I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, shoot us an email, requiempodcast@gmail.com. We're always looking for feedback. If some of these bands kind of stood out to you, if we missed somebody, we're always happy to, like you said, post something there.
Especially more contemporary people, if we've completely like dropped the ball on that. But this is more historical, so.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there's some we lost in the gaps. I tried to do my best to pull some things together, but check us out on Twitter, Requiem Podcast. Facebook, Jason and Mark. You can follow the History of Heavy Metal kind of thread that we have there. There's a separate sort of group that you can be part of. You can join up, patreon.com/Requiem Podcast if you want to become a patron and get access to those kind of special episodes and stuff like that. Or if you go to our website, requiemmetal.com, you can sign up to be a Patreon there. Or you can listen to the first 100 and at least right now 160 episodes that are on there. So we have finally closed the gap. So now, if you go to iTunes and you go to our website, every single episode of Requiem Metal Podcast is available in some form or another.
Nice, and there will be more up soon.
Yeah, so we've hit that. So that's like to me, that's a big turning point, because there were those sort of like lost episodes that like I hadn't heard in years. You know what I mean? It's kind of
those In Flames parts 1 and 2.
Yeah, and the hard and heavy episode we did with Albert. Voyabon part 2,
Art Noir and High and Fire, and the Doom Occulta brothers.
Yeah, yep, fun stuff there. Because I think the first episode that you can get on iTunes is the Stooges Part 2. That's where we get cut off.
Oh, okay.
So that's the first one. So I think we've now, like I said, once we're at 160, we're into what is downloadable for people, like on iTunes and Spotify and all that. So
and after putting this up, I've noticed that some of our naming or numbering conventions have not been consistent. So I've had to especially the things that really messed us up were the best ofs.
Yeah.
So a lot of those, if you're looking at those, I put them both in one post so we can keep the same, basically. So number 200 will actually fall where it's supposed to.
Where it's supposed to. So 202 or something weird. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it would have been consistent, number 200 would have been about 211.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. So we can rest on our laurels. We're closer to 300 than we'd like to think. So
yes, exactly.
There you go. But so there's lots of different ways to get a hold of us. We appreciate feedback. Please leave us things on iTunes. Star ratings help us. We're trying to record more, especially in the quarantine. And so if we can create a little bit of momentum, that would be awesome. And share this on your social media. I don't post as much on Instagram. I should, but it's Instagram requires multiple steps. I can't just I have to hashtag things and find an image and you know what I mean, things like that. So sometimes
it's different than Facebook.
So
it's easier if you're doing an Instagram post to just share it to Facebook. But
that's true.
The other way, it's not if you're doing YouTube links and stuff. It's not as easy to do.
I know. So that's why I don't do the history countdown on there, because it just requires too many more steps. You know. So it is what it is. But yeah, so give us feedback. We always appreciate that. But Mark, it's been fun. I always like hanging out, even if it's not face to face,
virtually. Yeah,
with all this craziness going on. So stay safe to all our listeners out there, and we hope you enjoy Spectral Lores, the Spiral Fountain. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason,
and I'm Mark.